Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
This is Fox Sports Midwest presentation of Major League Baseball. From Miller Park in Milwaukee, the Milwaukee Brewers play host to the St. Louis Cardinals in a battle inside the Central Division. And welcome to Cardinals Baseball. That's the Mad Hungarian, Al Raboski. I'm Dan McLaughlin. The road trip, one way or another, comes to a close here today. The Cardinals won 2 out of 3 against Chicago. They have split the first 2 games in this series, so it sets up for a very all-important game number 3 here today.
Got to win this game. The way I look at it, you have to win series. You're playing a sub-500 team, so Mike Matheny needs a good start from Jake Westbrook. He needs the offense to be clicking, because when we go home, we're going to be playing some of the National League's best.
And for Jake Westbrook, a very big start for him individually here this afternoon. Coming off 124 pitches last time out. What happens today? We'll talk about it when we return. That this afternoon. A live look at Jake getting set for his start here today. If he wins, he'll improve his overall season mark to 500. He enjoys pitching at this ballpark specifically. Remember all those years in the American League? Well, here at Miller Park, an ERA that's under 2.5. Westbrook, Gorzolani, Cards, Brewers coming up. In baseball on Monday, an MVP candidate was shining brightly, and that's Yadier Molina. Last night, it was a rookie making his impact felt. He's made his impact felt already in the first week in the major leagues, and that's Colton Wong. Who will be that star today? They'll face Tom Gorzolani. The Brats on the grill. Day baseball next on Fox Sports Midwest. By Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. See your Mid-America Chevy dealer or log on to stlchevy.com. Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Steak and Shake. Steak and Shake, just no equal. What a day. It is very warm. It is muggy here in Milwaukee as we turn to our Toyota keys to the game. Here's Al Hrabosky.
It's all about Jake Westbrook. He's got to really take control right now. He's going to set the tone for this ball game. And remember, he pitches very well in this ballpark. He's got a lot of things going for him. He's got to get Molina back behind the plate. And the one thing that he has to do is he has to come out of that bullpen ready to pitch, as he's really struggled lately in the first inning.
There's a look at Tom Gorzolani. The Cardinals have not faced Gorzolani as a starter since back in the 2011 season. His ERA and 5 relief appearances this year against St. Louis, 3.60. So back in the starting rotation and pitching now for Milwaukee. We have seen him with Pittsburgh and Chicago as well. Matt Carpenter back in the starting lineup for St. Louis, and Carpenter leading in most offensive categories for the Cardinals. .312 is average. He's knocked out 9 home runs, 62 driven in.
How important is Matt Carpenter to this lineup? The last 3 games where he's gotten a day off, the Cardinals have lost every game, and he really seems to be the table setter. He gets on, they'll drive him in.
A breaking ball, and that's taken low. A check swing, and he went 1-2. Mentioned it's a warm afternoon. Temperatures will get up into the low 90s, currently at 86 degrees here in Milwaukee. Nice crowd on hand, and the roof is open here at Miller Park. And a swing and a miss, and that's how we start the afternoon.
Good tight breaking ball by Gorzolani. In his career against the Cardinals, he's 2-5 with a 4.50 ERA. And that good breaking ball right there fools Matt Carpenter.
The injuries that the Brewers have had, we've talked so much about their everyday lineup. Well, it's also been with their pitching staff to an extent. So Gorzelani getting a chance to move into this starting rotation and make a case for himself for next year. As Beltran looks at strike one. Carlos homered in game one of this series from the left side of the plate. 21 home runs this year. Leads the Cardinals in that department. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. We'll see that a lot with Tom Gorzelani. His swing and miss rate percentage wise is at 25%. That's not too shabby. Beltran hits a little floater into shallow right center field, and this ball will drop in. It's a base hit on an 0-2 pitch. The first base runner and the first hit of our ball game as we take a look at the Cardinals lineup, leading in most categories in the National League, including average as a team above 270. Carpenter, Beltran, and now we'll see Matt Holliday. Then it's Alan Craig, the RBI machine, Molina, Freese, Robinson, Cosma, and Jake Westbrook.
Nice little 3-game hitting streak for Carlos Beltran.
Defense is brought to you by Dobbs. As Holliday takes a pitch high. There's definitely been a difference in the numbers looking at Matt Holliday when he's batting third as opposed to when he's batting fourth. And against Gorzelani, good numbers, 5 for 10 with a home run.
Really struggling on this road trip, just 1 for 19.
You say struggling, but I would say he's struggling, put an asterisk by it, because he has hit into some really tough luck.
Yeah, very good point. A lot of line drives, been right at someone. Remember, he had the 12-game hitting streak start this road trip, and things have been a little tough. He is having an issue with his elbow.
1 ball, 1 strike on Matt Holliday. Short lead at first by Beltran. Holliday, we talked about it last night. He leads the club in steals with 6. And to put that in perspective, Gene Segura has 37 stolen bases. The shortstop of Milwaukee, the Cardinals as a team, with 33.
And we got 3 quick ones from Colton Wong. Talking about steals.
The 2-1 pitch. Fouled back in a good rip.
You would think Holliday would have good numbers against this soft tossing left-hander, and he does. 5 for 10, home run.
So 1 out, runner at first, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Craig on deck. Holliday is approaching 30 double plays that he's grounded into. Byproduct of how he hits the ball so hard and some of that tough luck. This time he strikes out on a pitch on the inside corner. The second strikeout for Tom Gorzelani. Last start for Tom Gorzelani was against Cincinnati. Only lasted 4 2/3, gave up 5 runs on 6 hits. Start prior to that was against the Mariners, 7 shutout innings. Here's Craig, average at .309, 11 home runs, and leads the club in RBIs with 88. 2 outs, runner at first, and a check on Carlos Beltran.
Now on a little 2-game hitting streak, but that's a little misleading as he's 2 for 14 on the trip.
Way outside for ball 1. Gorzelani, as you mentioned, a soft tossing lefty. Top out around 91, maybe 92. From Evergreen Park, Illinois. 2nd round pick by the Pirates in 2003.
rotation's kind of split up and all over the place, isn't it, from the Pirates back in his early days?
Yes, sir. And that is sliced down the right field line, and this ball is off the wall. Beltran on his way to third. They'll wave him in. Relay to the plate, not in time, and the Cardinals grab an early lead, and Craig will wind up at third. That ball carried all the way to the wall. It took a while for Halton to get it back in. Beltran, no hesitation, and no hesitation from Jose Oquendo, and the Cardinals lead it 1-0.
Good to see that. You got Halton, who was one of their big offensive stars yesterday with 3 RBIs. He was a first baseman, and now he's playing right field. So off the wall, and it gets away from him. Not that long. He looks like he has a pretty good strong arm. Got it to the cutoff man. Beltran comes all the way around, and Oquendo, being very aggressive, sends him home, and it was a good decision.
Here's Molina. Hits it down the right field line. That'll find the seats and out of play. Sean Halton in the minor leagues. This should not be foreign to him. The Plaza Tire Service replay as Beltran is in there safely. He has played primarily left and right in the minor leagues, but playing at first base with the struggles of Juan Francisco, who is in there today.
And that was Jeanette, who the error was on, right? Second baseman, the cutoff man. Allowing Craig to go from second to third.
It was Juan Francisco with the throw, so his relay got away from the catcher Jonathan Lucroy. He's charged with the error. First in the ball game, and here it is again.
It's the cutoff man, the first baseman, and it's Francisco's 17th error.
By the way, he struck out 8 consecutive times coming into play today.
Oh, don't be so nitpicky.
That one stands out a little bit. 13 of his last 17
yeah, I was
as well.
going to say 13 strikeouts his last 17, so he got the day off yesterday.
And Molina, we thought he would get the day off this afternoon. Interesting to see him in this lineup, catching day game after a night game. Got to be careful with that workload, as we know, as Molina hits it on the ground to second. Scooter Gennett takes it, makes the play. A 2-out RBI double for Alan Craig, his 89th ribby this year. After a half inning, St. Louis on top. In that category, a 2-out RBI double that drives in Beltran, and he has been a difference maker this year. The BJC Healthcare difference maker. Cardinals, when he picks up an RBI, 41-16. No RBIs, 29-34. A telling stat for today's first baseman of the St. Louis Cardinals. Meanwhile, the Kia starter is Jake Westbrook. Big start for him today.
Jake, this is his favorite ballpark. He has the best ERA of all the parks he pitches in, under 250 in this ballpark. He's 1-0 this year against Milwaukee. And yes, it was in this ballpark where he pitched 6 innings, gave up 1 run, and won that ball game.
Aoki is not going to start today. So Scooter Gennett is at the top of the lineup, and he looks at strike 1. The last 13 games, he has a .450 batting average, 3 home runs, and 6 RBIs. And he's hit right-handers very well since being recalled at a clip of 365. That's pulled foul. Aoki hits below 260 against righties, so not a bad day to sit him.
And with all the injuries, Ron Renicky and his staff get an opportunity to look at a lot of their prospects, give them extended playing time and see how they fit into their future plans. Jake off to a good start, 0-2. Throwing strikes here, and that's been an issue of late. Whether it was the game where he was the emergency reliever, he gave up 6 runs in that first inning of work. Last time up, he gave up 3 runs in his first inning, so he's really trying to do everything he can to come out of the bullpen ready to fire strikes.
Here's an 0-2. Dealt with the elbow injury, and prior to that injury, very good numbers with an ERA well below 2. But it has been a struggle since that time. The 1-2 pitch, and Gennett waves at it, and a strikeout to start the afternoon for Jake Westbrook. So Ron Renicky, let's take a look at his lineup. He just turned 57. So happy birthday to the Milwaukee Brewers manager, Gennett, Segura, and Lucroy, followed by Ramirez, Davis, and Francisco, Halton, Schaefer, and the pitcher Gorzolani. Cardinals defense brought to you by Dobbs. Shane Robinson getting a start in center. Pete Kozma getting a start, his first in this series, at short. And here is Gene Segura.
Hit leader in the National League.
And he pops it up to the right side. Foul territory. Is there a play? No. 2 or 3 rows deep. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Segura has 1 more hit than Matt Carpenter. 2 for 10 in this series. 0 for 2 with a walk against Jake Westbrook.
Westbrook has not lost 5 consecutive games in over 8 years. And trying to avoid that today. The 1-1 pitch. That pitch was popped up again into shallow right. And Beltran is there. 2 away.
Jake had pretty good numbers for July. He was 3-2 with 3.62 ERA in 5 July starts. But what he's done pretty much this month is, as you said, losing 4 straight decisions.
Well, the ERA in the month of August, 11.02. So whether it's physical, whether he's hit a rut, hit a wall, whatever the case may be, it's been ugly.
We talked about how he said struggles coming out of the bullpen is that first inning, and Mike Matheny said he didn't really want him to do too much different because he's a veteran guy. He's got his own little routine, and you know he's well aware of it, but didn't want to kind of stress too many things and get himself in trouble.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes, and it looks like, at least early on, better command here from Jake Westbrook.
Well, that's the problem. You know, he's been walks where he can't control his sinker, so he has incorporated a lot more changeups and splitters.
The 0-2. Taken outside. Lucroy enjoying a career year behind the plate. Last 3 months, his average has jumped from 208 to 288 currently. 17 home runs, 66 driven in, and has moved up to the 3rd spot in the lineup with all the injuries that Milwaukee has sustained this year. Slicing down the right field line, and that ball is fair into the corner. Dug out by Beltran. Lucroy is thinking 3. Relay to third is not in time. A triple for Jonathan Lucroy.
It's his 5th triple, which is a little surprising. But he has turned in a very good offensive season. Just one off or second place in many different categories between catchers in the home runs and RBI department. So see where this pitch is. Good sinking action. It's down as a ball, but better piece of hitting as he hits it down in the right field corner and gets a triple.
Ramirez 7 for 12 in his career off of Jake Westbrook. The tying run is at third. First pitch to him. He's taken low. Remember, he hit the go-ahead 2-run homer on Monday. His first since coming off the DL. That was in the 7th inning. Gave Milwaukee a short-lived 5-4 lead. Cardinals scored 4 in the 8th. May just be pitching around Ramirez here. 2 balls and no strikes. Chris Davis, rookie, is on deck, and that was barely fair.
Almost on the line. Hard to see how dark that is.
The 2-0 pitch. 3-0.
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where you know Ramirez and how dangerous of a hitter he is. Success he's had against Westbrook. I don't think he minds if he walks him here. But if you're going to do it, you got to get the next guy out. And Chris Davis has never faced Jake Westbrook.
And he's been hot since being recalled back in late July. And he walked him. So Jake got the first 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. Triple by Lucroy. Walk to Ramirez, and it brings in Davis, who's in his 3rd stint with the Brewers. He was here on opening day, then sent back. And with the suspension of Ryan Braun, they're going to have a chance to watch him play every day out in left field.
And as you said, this time around, he's padding his offensive numbers this homestand. .421 average, 8 for 19 with 2 home runs.
Runners at first and third with 2 down. And a ground ball. Westbrook will get out of it. Play made by Matt Carpenter. The Brewers strand 2 after an inning of play. St. Louis on top here in game number 3. To 4 starts tomorrow, Friday night. It is the Cardinals canvas print presented by Coke Zero. Cardinals.com/promotions. The Cardinals will take on a very good Braves team. Joe Kelly, Paul Maholm tomorrow, and it's Wainwright and Chris Medlin on Friday.
Braves with the best record in baseball right now.
That run that they went on began against St. Louis. That sweep in Atlanta. David Freese lines a base hit out to left field, and that's how we start the second inning of play. Cardinals have their third hit of the afternoon against Gorzolani. Leadoff base hit here in the second. In steps Shane Robinson. And with the lefty on the mound, John Jay gets the afternoon off.
And with Mahalam, another left-hander tomorrow, we'll see what David Freese doesn't get to play 3 straight games. Maybe the same thing for Robinson.
I think for us, the biggest surprise, though, in this lineup, the fact that Molina is in there. Mike Matheny addressed that prior to the game today and was asked repeatedly about it, how concerned the Cardinals get with the knee ailments that Molina is dealing with, and he said the medical staff has given this approval to do it. We trust our veteran, how he feels, he wants to play, he's in there. The Molina impact is huge, especially with a guy like Westbrook today on the mound. The starter's ERA a run better when Yadi is behind the plate. 0-2 pitch. Robinson takes it low.
Very important to win this series. Very important to have every advantage that Mike Matheny could get to Westbrook. And he likes pitching here. He struggled on the road, but this is his favorite ballpark, park. And Yadi back there can make a big difference offensively and defensively.
1-2 pitch, and Robinson lines it up the middle. That's a base hit just past Jeanette, and the first two have reached. Shane Robinson went down to get it and lines his single into center field.
And we always talk about Shane is more of a high ball hitter, but he got a pitch that he liked, off-speed pitch, and he was right on it. Goes down there, and good concentration. Has a tire service with our replay.
Cardinals would love to get Pete Kozma going and just have something positive here at the end of the month. He has a total of 3 base hits in the month of August, and his average has dipped to 221.
0 for his last 18.
Runners at first and second, nobody out. If you're Gorzolani, you're thinking, I've got a struggling shortstop at the plate in the pitcher's spot and a chance to get out of this jam. Something that does stand out, though, for Pete Kozma, what he's done with runners in scoring position. Average at 317, 3 doubles, 32 RBIs in this spot.
Look at his numbers, and for a rookie, he's really holding his own.
You just wonder about the wear and tear of playing every day, shortstop at this level for a young player.
I think it's just the wear and tear is that batting average.
Off speed pitch, taken down and in, 2 balls and 1 strike.
0 for his last 18, but on the road trip just 0 for 6. So he hasn't been getting the same amount of playing time. He has 70 hits from the 8 spot, and that leads the major leagues.
Three and 1.
17 doubles from the 8 spot, or the most for the Cards since Mike Matheny had 19 back in 2000. And leads all major league rookies in games, 8th with hits and 7th with his 33 RBIs. So from amongst rookies, he's doing a pretty good job, but he would love to have a higher average.
A 3-1 pitch to Pete Kozma. And he walked him. Bases loaded for St. Louis.
You remember when Westbrook hit a grand slam? It was right here in this ballpark. He's a 167 average for Westbrook. 5 hits, 2 RBIs. The grand slam came this month, August 31st, 2011. That's the only career home run he's got. Remember, he had a 3-hit game earlier this year too.
So bases loaded and nobody out. Cardinals already have a lead of 1 run thanks to Alan Craig and an RBI double back in the first. The infield is in. First pitch to Westbrook. And that's taken for a ball. For Gorzolani, just his 30th walk in 77 innings plus this year. And Westbrook drives it into left center field. That ball will get down. 2 runs will score. The waving Cosma, no, he'll be held up. And Westbrook helps his own cause. RBI double that scores 2, and it's 3-0 Cardinals.
The unlikely hero, but Jake just doubled his RBI output here. He gets a double, and just goes to show you, if you put the ball in play, good things can happen. Out into left center. Almost gets to the wall, middle of the warning track. I think Cosma might have been able to score, but with nobody out, why take the chance?
Especially when you have an RBI man as a leadoff man. It's been an aspect of Carpenter as a leadoff man often overlooked, the fact that he can drive in runs. He struck out his first time up.
62 RBIs for Carpenter. Top 10 in hitting. Leads the National League with his 41 doubles. Leads the National League in multi-hit games, runs. He has really been the table setter.
I've talked to him about this approach. Less than 2 outs and a runner at third. And he said, bottom line, you're just trying to put the ball in play, but find something you can drive. The pitcher feels the responsibility and the pressure in this spot. And Matt Carpenter is hitting .444 with runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs. He swung through a few pitches here early on, 1 and 2.
Sean Halton, the right fielder, he must have put some passes out there in right field because he wants to talk to him. He is so deep, almost on the warning track.
Runners at second and third. 1-2 pitch. And Carpenter spoils it. I don't know if you saw the latest edition of USA Today, but it mentioned Matt Carpenter's name.
It's it
as an MVP candidate.
There's Adam Wainwright and Matt Carpenter on that list. Been thinking about this for a while, Dan, that when he wants to talk about Molina, and that's a great choice, but what Carpenter's doing, you've got to put him in the conversation.
I hear what you're saying.
You don't agree with it?
I don't agree. I just, and again, though, if you look at the numbers, Matt Carpenter, he gets on base, this team wins. So there is that factor of what he brings to the team, and he's been remarkable. It's been a great year. But Yadi is involved in so many plays defensively, and I think that's what gets overlooked too much.
Those of us that are around the ball club, we don't overlook it.
The amazing thing, though, is, Al, here we are late August, and it's game number 126. Game number 1, we were just wondering if Matt Carpenter could play second base at this level.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about MVP. So what a year it's been. The 2-2 pitch with the infield in. And Carpenter lifts it in the air out to right. Shallow. Catch made by Halton. Both runners will tag up. The throw is a lollipop into third. And Jake Westbrook tagging up from second to third. Run does score. And the Cardinals have opened up a nice lead for Westbrook. It's now 4-0.
63rd RBI for Matt Carpenter. He scores Cosma. And as you said, Jake Westbrook helped his own cause by getting himself over to third base. Remember, Jake does have a steal. The running Redbirds with only 33 steals and won by one of your pitchers. You see, just everything looked good until all of a sudden the throw went out of your pitcher as it was a bit high.
Infield in for Beltran. The chance at a very big inning here for St. Louis. Carlos, the first pitch, hits it out of play. Reached on an 0-2 bloop hit to right center. First time up, and then scored on the 2-out RBI double by Craig to give the Cardinals a 1-run lead.
Really expecting Beltran to pull the ball in the infield. A lot of times you'll see that with a left-handed pitcher who throws a lot of breaking balls, and the left side of your infield will really kind of bunch up a little bit, expecting him to hit the ball towards third.
0-1 pitch. 2 strikes on Carlos. Runner at third, Jake Westbrook. And Beltran hits it down the left field line as he stays alive and yanks it foul. And Carlos hits it a ton. Left center. Look at this one fly. Wow. Way out of here and off the scoreboard. Home run number 22 for Beltran. Emphatically done with a 2-run shot. And it's 6-0 Cardinals.
His 22nd home run of the year. His 7th from the right side of the plate. 67 RBIs for Carlos. And that was a no-doubter. How high did that
That's
go?
one of the longest home runs I've seen here. My goodness. That's twice Beltran picks up base hits on an 0-2 pitch. One a bloop, the other a blast.
Said this is a must win for the Cardinals, but a lot of game left.
This Holiday swings and misses for strike one. The hit speed 99.3, but I'll be curious to see what they measure that baby at. It was off the TMJ4 sign, the main scoreboard here at the ballpark.
Fastball, he got his arms extended. Look at that 4 up there. Last year, Carlos kind of tired out a little bit, so by design they gave him a little more rest in the first half, hoping that would sustain him through the second half, the dog days of August. But I think we've also caught a break with this much cooler weather. It's warm today, particularly for Milwaukee, with 90-degree temperatures, but just think of our last homestand where all the games were played with the high 70s. Some of the best weather we've ever seen.
1-2 pitch to Holiday. That's swung on and missed. Strikeout number 3 for Gorzolani, and 2 have been of Matt Holiday. Here's Craig. He got it all started back in the first inning for the Cardinals.
And don't you get disappointed when every time he comes to the plate nobody's on base?
He always, it seems like, comes through with runners in scoring position.
But when they're
empty, it's a different story. You're right. Game 1, it was the 8th inning comeback for St. Louis. Here in Game 3, a 5-run second. And for Milwaukee yesterday, remember they had that one big inning against Lance Lynn, and that was the difference in the game. 1-0 pitch here to Craig. Time is called. 4 hits in the inning, 6 in the game, and 6 runs total for St. Louis. 2 balls and 1 strike. And Craig hits it out to deep right center field, and that one is gone opposite field. Alan Craig with home run number 12. He now has 90 driven in. 2 home runs in the inning. 7-run lead here in the 2nd inning for St. Louis.
Another long home run. Alan Craig just takes that pitch. Cardinals 7 hits, 7 runs, and we're in the 2nd inning. Rick Kranitz, the pitching coach, out to talk to Gorzolani.
Yeah, what do you say?
And now you're bringing up the National League's leading hitter.
Molina grounded out his first time up. 7 hits, 7 runs total, and a 6-run 2nd inning.
Well, look at the pitch. Down, and we say he's a low ball hitter. Look up the Toyota territory.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a Cardinal fan too. I believe he caught the home run.
And here is Molina. Bat rack is starting to shake inside that Cardinal dugout. These Cardinals look awfully comfortable at the plate, don't they?
Oh, they sure do. And where the game has changed, you know, it just years past, and get off to a start like this, all of a sudden pitchers would be inside.
It's the most runs that Gorzolani has given up this year. He's given up 5 runs on 2 separate occasions against San Diego and most recently against Cincinnati. And here in this inning alone, 6 runs, 7 in the game. Activity now, right-hander throwing in the pen. If there was ever a day that the Cardinals offense would really break out and have a big afternoon, this is the perfect day to do it with Jake on the mound.
A very important outing for Jake Westbrook personally, and now his teammates are doing everything they can to make it a successful one.
2-2 hit into the seats.
Thornburg.
It's Tyler Thornburg getting loose in their pen. Rob Wooten is on paternity leave, and the Brewers have called up Donovan Hand from AAA Nashville to take his spot in the pen for today. The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs and nobody on, and Yachty hits it in the air out to left. Chris Davis under it, makes the catch. 1 inning for St. Louis. 5 hits, 2 home runs, 7-run lead. inning. The top half as we move to the home half, and St. Louis has a lead of 7-0. We check in with Jim Hayes, and Jim, we mentioned it earlier, the big surprise, the fact that Molina is in this lineup today.
Yeah, well, Yadi's so valuable. I was talking to Kyle Loesch about Yadi today, and Yadi, Loesch says, is one of the smartest guys in baseball in anticipating what someone's going to throw. Loesch says he takes pride in adjusting during a specific at-bat to stay ahead of the hitter. With Yadi, he says, I just can't figure him out. He says, take, for example, the home run that Yadi hit off his fastball. Loesch says that ball was right where he wanted it, and Yadi jumped on it. And Danny, as for MVP, Loesch says if things keep going in the direction in which they're headed, he should be at the top of the list.
Robinson tracks that down off the bat of Francisco. Jim, I'm going to ask you a question, too, about Mike Matheny and his handling of Yadier Molina. What did he specifically say about Yadi playing today and what that means maybe against Atlanta this weekend?
What he said is the medical staff has been keeping an eye on Yadi. He's cleared to play. They have discussions with the veteran players, and he's starting. And he says, in terms of Yadi's usage, he said it's the same conversation that we're going to be having with Mike Matheny over and over again. They're keeping an eye on him medically, and he's in there because he's valuable and because they assess on that given day they want him in there.
Here is Sean Halton. Now, your guest on the pregame was Colton Wong. And as Al mentioned, the Cardinals will see a lefty with the Atlanta Braves coming up in Paul Mahalam, and that is tomorrow. And with one out, Halton is hit by the pitch. Any indication as to how this rotation of Carpenter, Freese, and Wong will work out and play itself out, especially with a left-hander on the mound?
Well, then we talked about it yesterday that Mike Matheny is leery of showing his cards, and what he'll tell you is we're going to take it day by day and see what the matchups are, how guys are feeling, and go in that direction. Is there a platoon in place? It looks that way, but can't be certain, and Mike Matheny isn't saying.
All right, thank you, Jim. Nice work with Colton Wong on the pregame.
One of the conversations I had with Mike Matheny was really just praising David Freese for how he's handling this situation. And David just had a great interview with Jim Hayes the other night where he got the big pinch hit, double, drove in 2 runs, and just how he is handling it like a real pro.
And that's a base hit into right field. Logan Schaefer a single into right. But Jake, a good chance to get out of this with the pitcher due up. That's Tom Gorzolani, who's noted for his bat, 067 this season and 093 in his career. You wonder if Ron Renicky is saying to himself, well, we're down by 7 runs. I've got 2 runners on. My starter doesn't look effective. Do I pinch hit here and go to my bullpen? And clearly you'd use it up, but is that something that he's thinking of right now?
I think he's just trying to get a little bit, few innings before he has to go to that bullpen. Craig coming down the line quickly. Idea is to get the lead runner out.
And it's 0-2. Gorzolani began his career at Kansas University, then went to a junior college, Triton, just outside of his hometown. And he gets the bunt down. Westbrook will go to third, out there on to first, and safe. So they get the lead man. It was a real key play last night for Lance Lynn in that inning that blew up. The fact that he did not make his play, this time Jake does. Division showdown coming up. $8 tickets courtesy of McDonald's. Cardinals.com/McDonald's. It's the 26th, 27th, and the 28th at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The Reds will be in town, and the showdown will happen later this month. $8 tickets courtesy of McDonald's.
I could just hear all those Mizzou Tigers when you were talking about Gorzolani starting at Kansas and then he went to a real school, the junior college, huh?
Underhanded by Craig to Westbrook, covering the bag at first. The Brewers strand 2. It's 7-0 after 2. Sports Midwest brought to you by Schnucks, your neighborhood hometown grocer. And through Thursday, get a free medium fry and drink with the purchase of any new Quarter Pounder burger at McDonald's. It's a warm, beautiful afternoon here in Milwaukee as we wrap up the homestand, or rather the road trip, and welcome a homestand tomorrow, beginning with Atlanta. Cardinals 2 games out back of Pittsburgh. They'll play later this afternoon against San Diego. Garrett Cole gets that start. Cincinnati 3.5 games out. They lost to Arizona last night, and they'll play host in the final game of that series tonight. It's Freese, Robinson, and Kozma. David Freese hits well in this ballpark. Outside of Busch Stadium, this is his best ballpark as a visitor.
That thing started last inning with a leadoff single. Warm weather up here for Milwaukee.
Freese, little tapper to the right side. No one at the bag. Race to it. Gorzalani late in getting there. Base hit, David Freese. And he's 2 for 2.
Couple home runs last inning, and then now just a perfectly placed ball between first and second. First baseman Betancourt gets it. He flips to his pitcher covering, and he tries to catch with his bare hand. Way too high and off the mark, a little bit behind him. Betancourt had never played first base prior to this season. He's a shortstop, excuse me, Francisco. Same thing for Betancourt. Francisco had never played first base either prior to this year. Primarily a third baseman.
Allen Craig with a home run, as well as Carlos Beltran for Carlos, his second in this series. Craig's first home run since August 2nd. As Robinson backs away from a strike. Shane Robinson, a single up the middle. 1 for 1. And a line drive, little looper into right, base hit. So just like the second inning, back-to-back hits for Freese and Robinson. That's how that big inning started. We'll see what happens here in the top of the third. Pete Kozma digs in for the second time. He walked and scored back in the second.
Already 9 hits off of Gorzalani.
I'm not sure how long Ron Reineke is going to last out there with Gorzalani. The right-hander is up and throwing again. That's Tyler Thornburg. So Kozma, the first pitch, broken bat, slowly hit towards second, out there, and it's a double play. First double play turned by Milwaukee. Advancing on the play, Freese to third, and in steps Jake Westbrook. Westbrook, first time up with the bases loaded. Nobody out, doubled into left center. 2 runs came around to score. One ball, 1 strike. One and 2. Pitch number 66 already for Gorzalani. A very nice play made by their catcher Jonathan Lucroy. That saves a run. He's a good player, isn't he?
really has emerged as good offensively and defensively.
The 2-2. And that swung on and missed. After the first two reached, it was a double play and a strikeout. Midway through three, St. Louis in control of this one. And what's your favorite food in a ball game? Hot dog, nachos, peanuts, pretzel, Cracker Jacks. Where's Cracker Jacks? We'll give you 4 of them. Hot dog, nachos, peanuts, and pretzel. AT&T Twitter poll. Gene Segura leads it off. Home half of the third inning. Segura, Lucroy, and Ramirez.
Hot dog.
Broad. Up here in Milwaukee.
They take sausage. Take that. Very important up here, isn't it?
Take great pride in their sausages. The sausage race. 0-1 pitch to Segura. Make it 0-2. Segura flied out to right first time up. Hit sharply to short and off the glove of Cosmo.
Pete has been doing a good job of not taking his frustrations into the field, but he'll tell you he should have made that play with ease. Like he moved a couple steps to his left, got to the ball, but then it just stuck, got underneath the webbing. Hanging breaking ball. Gets down there, but just didn't quite get all the way down.
Air charge to Pete Cosmo.
His 7th of the year.
The shadows in day baseball here in Milwaukee, late summer months, they do become a factor. And now the pitcher and the hitter in the shadows is Lucroy. Triple down the right field line, his first time up.
And the lights on.
It's one of those oddities, but the Brewers are 13-28 this year in day games. 13-28. And only have 6 wins on getaway days. 6-22. Jonathan Lucroy has had a very fine series. 1-1 pitch. 1-2. The folks at Cardinal Glennon Children's Hospital are happy about these home runs. The Homers for Health program that has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for sick children. Every time a home run is hit, thousands is raised, and that means it more today with the 2 home runs the Cardinals have hit. CardinalGlennon.org, by the way, if you'd like to make a donation, Glennon.org.
It's great to see the Cardinal players get behind that, and then the Cardinal Nation make their pledges.
We've had pledges from all over the country, really all over the world. The 2-2 pitch on its way. It's hit out of play.
We are so fortunate in St. Louis to have the medical facilities that we do have. Time to go to the hospital, visit the kids there, and you'll find kids from around the world get some of the best care in the world.
That's where Jake needs that double play. 37 pitches so far to record 6 outs. 3-2 the count on Lucroy, and we'll see if they start Segura. 37 stolen bases this year. Outfield for the most part is straight away. There goes Segura, and we'll do it again.
A ground ball pitcher on the mound. Milwaukee leads the National League in stolen bases. They did that again last year. Trying to get back in the ball game. You know, if steals are part of your game, then you've got to take advantage of it.
As a team, they lead the league in steals.
Yep.
And Segura with those 37 running again, and a base hit into right field. Segura can walk on over to third. The first 2 have reached. Runners at the corners and nobody out here in the 3rd inning for Milwaukee. Yeah, down by 7 runs. Normally you wouldn't say that's the formula for success to go steal, but in this regard, why not with Segura?
Well, you know, if that's part of your game plan and that's how you get runs, you got to go ahead and do it. Especially you got a sinker ball on there. What good is it not run and then have him get a ground ball double play? So
one swing of the bat and Milwaukee can pull to within 4. Aramis Ramirez walked his first time up. This guy has been a Cardinal killer in the past. Homered the other night. A double last night. First time up, he walked against Westbrook. It's worth repeating those numbers. 7 for 12 against Jake. Hammers it out to deep left. And this ball is off the top of the wall and a home run. A 3-run homer for Ramirez, his 7th of the year. RBIs 29, 30, and 31.
about to say that even the Cardinals with a 7-0 lead, you don't feel safe in this ballpark and with some of their big hitters. Ramirez just has that knack. He's going to have 25 to 30 home runs. Little hanging breaking ball, just sits there spinning, and you know he's going to be a 100 RBI guy when he has a healthy year. Right on top of the wall, and you got a ball game.
Now it's Davis, a sinker in there for a strike. For the longest time, first half of the season, Westbrook didn't strike out anybody, but he didn't allow home runs.
Only the 6th home run he's allowed, but they've, like you said, coming lately.
Base hit to left. So the inning started with an error by Cosma, single by Lucroy on a 3-2 pitch. 3-run homer by Ramirez. Davis, the base hit out to left, and a visit by Derek Lilliquist. I would think the Cardinals, you know, they're going to try to get him through 5, but they're not going to mess around. They need this game, and if they need to go to the bullpen early, they will.
Oh, they should. I'd emphasize how important this game is personally to Jake Westbrook. He needs something positive to happen for him.
So Jake Westbrook started out with a tremendous mark in the ERA 1.62. You see the since on the graphic. That's since he was injured with the elbow and missed time about a month. 11 starts since then and an ERA of 5.86. Now Jake, being the veteran and a gutsy guy, hasn't really said much about his elbow publicly, but you have to wonder how much that's been hurting him throughout this season. Here's Juan Francisco,
Jake
line to center, first time up.
Has 5 wins and 12 decisions, an ERA almost 6 in his 10 starts, 11 games since coming off the DL, and he had the National League's best ERA at the time he went on the DL.
There's your double play ball. Out at second, on to first, double play. Boy, did he need that. 1-6-3, the double play. The first DP turned by St. Louis today.
See the runner, he's coming down here, and Davis sees that the throw is there, but he's 20 feet in front of the bag. Some guys will stand straight up, defying that shortstop or that middle infielder to throw the ball at him, try and disrupt the throw. Obviously, he couldn't get there quick enough to be in the way or slide and disrupt the throw from Ozma.
Sean Halton hit by a pitch back in the second.
I'd rather see that than see guys just peel off and give the middle infielder, you know, a free lane to throw into first base.
Two and one. Cardinals, the schedule amps up. Homestand 4 with Atlanta, 3 with Cincinnati. The off day a week from today. And then the all-important 3 games in Pittsburgh, 4 in Cincinnati, and then 3 back home with Pittsburgh. So really could decide a lot what happens here in the next week and a half or so. Catch made by Beltran. 3-run homer by Ramirez. Milwaukee on the board. /promotions. Again, Wainwright making that start on Friday night. see a little history that night. Wainwright going against the team that originally drafted him, and he's 4 strikeouts behind Chris Carpenter in the all-time list and 15 away from second place. Also only 3 innings away from Steve Carlton on the all-time innings list in St. Louis Cardinals history. Pretty exclusive country for Adam Wainwright. Matt Carpenter batting leadoff for the 100th time this year. And he drives it into right field, drops in for a base hit. Carpenter, a sac fly, RBI back in the second, and also struck out in the first and a leadoff single here in the 4th inning. Here's John Mabry on the left, a longtime Cardinal player and now coach.
Good day for Beltran.
Both times he's reached, it's come on an 0-2 pitch. A bloop to right center field for a single back in the first, and came around to score the double by Craig, and a 2-run shot in the second inning, part of a 6-run second inning, and one of the longest home runs we've seen at this ballpark. 0-1 pitch. Hits that down the right field line and out of play. Standing series 7 for 11 for Carlos Beltran. 2 home runs in this series. Here it is again, 0-2. Carpenter leaning towards second base. Redbirds already with 10 base hits. So we play here at the top of the 4th. Not your ideal leadoff man because of the lack of steals, but boy, does he get on base, and that's Carpenter. Check on him again.
Does everything you want from a leadoff man but the steals. And with his ability to drive in runs, you'll live with whatever deficiencies he has.
And Beltran hits it down the left field line. Ball that carries foul. Young Brewer fans, I guess school not quite in session.
Straight A students.
Maybe playing a little hooky early on. Already sick of school. Let's go to the ball game. I don't blame him.
Carpenter just kind of playing with Orsolani. He doesn't have a move that can pick him off, and he's trying to split Orsolani's attention to the plate.
You know, Matt Carpenter now is at 151 hits. He's tied with Gene Segura. He's got 92 runs. That's first. He is first in doubles with 41. That's the kind of year Carpenter has had. And now a 2-2 to Beltran. I think you're right. I think Carpenter's gotten his head a little bit here.
Yeah. He's kind of jockeying around a little bit. He doesn't feel like he has to worry about being picked off, so he's just kind of teasing.
A 3-2 runner goes, popped up, out of play. Understand that Jason Hayward was hit in the face today, the Atlanta Braves, and then left the ball game. We don't have word on how serious the injury may be, but that could be a factor this weekend. That's Donovan Hand, who was just called up after Rob Wooten went on the paternity list. And it's a stolen base for Carpenter following the strikeout of Beltran. Strikeout number 5 today.
Second steal for Matt Carpenter in 5 attempts. We're getting closer to Segura's steal total. It's 34 as a team. High throw and no chance to get down and tag him.
Runner at second. Here's Holiday. 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts. He's about due to launch one. Launches that the wrong way. Behind home plate, into the seats for strike 1. Mentioned this earlier, start of the telecast, when Holiday's batting 3rd. Good numbers. When he's batting 4th, great numbers. 449 average. Smaller sample size for Holiday. As he hits it sharply to Segura. Ranging to his left. Nice play. He's a good player, isn't he, Al?
He sure is. Very smooth. Very good defensively, and of course he's offensively is what gets everybody's attention, but he can play on both ends. They kind of question whether he'd hit enough, which is hard to see why they question that, but
that's it for Gorzolani. Gets 2 outs here in the 4th inning, and with Alan Craig due up, they'll go to the pen. Segura, one of the building blocks here. And a cast of former athletes and journalists. Sports Talk, a lot more colorful. Weekdays at 4. Crowd goes wild on Fox Sports 1. Alan Craig is due up. At a 2-out RBI back in the 1st. A solo home run in the 2nd. We're at Milwaukee, and the Cardinals have a 7-3 lead. Donovan Hand was the final Brewer cut from the opening day roster. And he missed that out to Alfredo Figueroa, who recently was sent to the minor leagues, but now Hand is back up. And it's our Chevy call to the pen. He'll come in with 2 outs here at the top of the 4th, and Alan Craig due up, and a runner at 3rd.
Made 7 starts, 0-4, 4.17 ERA during that time.
And the first pitch to Craig is taken for a ball inside.
Second stint with the ball club. He was selected in the 14th round of the 2007 first-year player draft.
Here's a 1-0. That one caught Lucroy, and they'll let him catch his breath. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 outs and a runner at 3rd. You know, Matt Carpenter was way down the line in that final pitch. Lucroy not only trying to catch his breath, but I'm sure to remind Hand, hey, you've got a runner at third. Be heads up.
I think they got a little misprint on Donovan Hand's weight. Says he's 6'3", 208. He's a little bigger than that. They're just trying to mess with everybody on that mound, on the base paths.
One ball and one strike on Craig. And Craig hits a liner into center, and that's caught. Gets away with that pitch, does Hand. And the Cardinals strand a runner, their third of the day. 7-3. Cardinals on top. And catch the rest of this season in HD quality. Watch every out-of-market game live on 350 different mobile and connected devices. Visit MLB.tv today, where baseball is everywhere. They know how to tailgate.
That's the way I like my brats. Well done.
Logan Schaefer. 8, 9, and 1 due up. Schaefer a single first time up. Then left stranded back in the second inning. There's a ground ball that's hit to second. Carpenter, one away. Let's see if Jake can't settle in. You always look at the ground ball outs as being a key factor in what he does throughout his afternoon. But 5 of those here today. He's got 1 strikeout. He's hit a man and walked a man and allowed 5 base hits. And the strike to Donovan Hand. And a ground ball that's hit to short. Cosma is committed in air today. The high throw, but Craig is on the bag. And quickly, there's 2 outs. This would be exactly what Jake Westbrook needs. A quick inning. Get the Cardinals back on offense. Get him back on track after a rough 3rd inning.
And you know, sometimes it's just that one inning that gets Jake. And you put up some zeros in there, but was one inning that did in Lance Lynn last night.
The Brewers have really liked what they've seen out of this young man. Scooter Gennett 0 for 2. He's in the leadoff spot in this ball game, but Ricky Weeks, one more year left on his deal, and we've seen Jeanette with pretty good range. Remember that play he made on Robinson last night in a diving catch. 1 ball and 1 strike. For 2. 2 balls and 1 strike with 2 outs and nobody on. And time is called. We know Westbrook, one of the fastest workers in baseball, and some believe the opposition, the quick pitch. So try to call time and make sure that they get set in the box. There's a liner and caught by Cosma. So a 1-2-3 inning for Jake Westbrook. First time that's happened in this ball game for Jake. Molina, Freeze, Robinson due up. To start tomorrow against Atlanta. Remember, he started the Saturday afternoon game against the Atlanta Braves. Last time we saw the Braves in Atlanta. That'll be his 9th start of the season tomorrow night, number 25 of his career. He's really stepped up, and key times when the Cardinals have needed wins, he has gotten them.
Joe's got a 1.68 ERA since June the 1st. That's second among all major league pitchers. And it's been fun to watch him pitch.
Yachty is 0 for 2. Ground out to second, also flied out to left. Big gap in left center. And Hand stabs it with the glove hand. 1 away. He's in relief of Tom Gorzolani. 3 2/3 for the lefty of the Brewers. 10 hits, 7 runs, all were earned. Walked 1, struck out 5, and gave up 2 home runs. Those home runs to Beltran and Craig. They've got a decision on their hands. Gorzolani in his previous start only 4 2/3.
Put him back on the bullpen. Second left-hander. Especially since we're saying Mike Gonzalez very inconsistent right now. Maybe overworked. What do you think about the paternity leave?
Well, it's something that we didn't see, certainly not even 10 years ago.
No, I think it's
players leaving.
Very, very thoughtful.
Off the glove again. Nice play here by Jeanette. Stays with it. They take a hit away from David Freese, and you're referring to the reliever Rob Wooten. His wife is giving birth, and
what is it?
Paternity leave now.
Up to 7 days.
I believe so. Yeah.
And used to be, and I'm sure it's for a lot of these managers today, when their children were born, you would never have thought to ask a manager to, hey, can I skip a day or two? but it's something that's new, and I think it's a very positive.
Robinson, a base hit into center field.
3 hits.
Donovan Hand has come in. He's not fooling anybody. The first man he saw was Alan Craig. Hit a screamer to center. Molina, hard hit ball that Hand made the play on to start this inning. Freeze, hard hit ball off his glove, and then a good play by Gannett. And now Robinson, his 3rd hit, all singles today. Not sure if Mike Shannon is up and at him and watching us today, but if he is, Mike, we're thinking about you and glad that things are going great for you, and we'll see you at the ballpark soon.
And everything that we hear, Mike is feeling much better, and he appreciates all the thoughts and prayers that have been passed his way.
For those that did not hear, Mike had heart surgery and everything is okay. And hopefully we'll see him back at the ballpark very, very soon. Strike 2, Pete Kozma. It's been a tough afternoon for Pete. He did walk and score back in the 2nd. Grounded into a double play in the 3rd. Committed an error at short.
Oh, for his last 19, so that's been on his mind.
0-1 pitch. A pickoff down at first and back in safely Robinson. Love to see the early runs and the big totals put together for the Cardinals. 7 in the first 2 innings. Sometimes you can get lulled to sleep with that. You don't keep putting that back on, those big runs and those big innings if you can.
Cardinals been a little better this year at not just sitting on that 1 inning where they score a bunch and can't add on. They have added on. One of my favorite stats is, to try and keep on adding on. And if you look at if a club scores in 4 or more innings, you really got an outstanding chance and should win that ball game.
Runner goes. That's Robinson. Throw to second. The quick tag on the helmet of Shane Robinson, but not in time, and a stolen base. The 2nd for the Cardinals today.
And Shane's 4th steal in 4 attempts. He got 3 real quick early in the season, and his first one he's trying on. But if the Cardinals score in 4 innings or more, they have a record of 24-3.
Please report for first aid on field level immediately. Aaron Hansen, first aid on field level immediately. Thank you.
2-1 the count on Kozma. And that pitch is in the dirt. Lucroy is getting a workout here today. Here's a 3-1 pitch with Westbrook on deck. A strike taken by Kozma. A 3-2 pitch. And he walked him. So walk to Pete Kozma, the first issued by Hand. Second walk taken by Pete. Extends the inning to Jake Westbrook. He has one of the biggest hits in this game. Bases loaded back in the 2nd. And delivered a double that scored 2. And the first pitch to Jake Westbrook is a strike.
Jake's got his average up to 188. 6 for 32.
Looking ahead, big inning for Jake. When you think about the bats coming up, you've got Segura, 151 hits and tied with Carpenter in that spot. Then Lucroy, who's 2 for 2. Ramirez, a walk and a homer. Trying to get through that 5th inning. Inside. And it's 2-1. Crowd a little bit restless after the start by Gorzolani, and now Hand falling behind against Westbrook. 2-1. Two and two.
I know the Cardinals have a 4-run lead. You just watch this game and think they need more.
Little tapper, and Lucroy takes it, and it's foul. It's called by the home plate umpire, Wally Bell. Charter high-speed pitch as we take a look at Westbrook at 92. Donovan Hand has hit 90. Gorzolani at 1 pitch hit 92. Two on, 2 outs, and a 2-2 pitch from Hand to Jake Westbrook. And Jake hits it off the end of the bat. The shallow right center. The second baseman makes the play. That's Scooter Gennett. Up on Friday, Cardinals and Braves, and that'll be game 2 of the 4-game set. By the way, our thoughts and prayers with Terry Pendleton and his family. His sister Deborah Bradford passed away on Monday, so he is attending her funeral and possibly will miss the series in St. Louis. So some sad news there for the former Cardinal.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
It's Segura, Lucroy, and Ramirez. Gene Segura's fly to right. Reached on an error by Kozma back in the third and scored. Scoring has been done thanks to Ramirez. He's due up third in this inning and a 3-run homer.
A game within a game, this 5th inning for a starter. It's important to qualify for the win. Little different ways how you can motivate yourself inside the game. Jake's only walked 1 and hit a batter. Where walks have been a real problem for him at times this year. He has more walks on the year than he does strikeouts.
Three and one. Segura, the kind of guy too. He gets on. He causes havoc with his speed. And a strike. So 3-2. The pitch count at 63. And Segura hits it to Kozma. Up with it. 1 away. The all-important first down here in the 5th, and it brings in Lucroy, who has tripled and singled and scored. This has been a lost season for the Milwaukee Brewers. Right now they start playing the Central Division, just a half game in front of Chicago for the cellar. The suspension to Ryan Braun. And this is a business. It's about having a face of your franchise, which Ryan Braun is, and trying to sell tickets. And the ownership and front office is trying to come up with creative ways to give fans incentive to come out to the ballpark for the remainder of this season. They hope to be much healthier next year, and they'll need to be. But very much a disappointing season for Milwaukee.
Ways it just doesn't seem like it's justice that he can walk away this year.
A liner, and Kozma makes the catch. 2 away.
And then you still have about $100 million left on your contract. And
130.
And it's all good.
Third baseman, Ramirez.
Until they start taking away some of these contracts. Wait to see a ball club and say, well, that's not what we signed up for. We thought you were clean when we signed you, and find out you're not. Now we'll void the contract.
2 balls and no strikes with 2 outs and nobody on. A walk and a 3-run homer for Ramirez. Ground ball and base hit. No play for Kozma as Ramirez is aboard for the 3rd time. 2-out infield hit.
Good to see Pete, though, get that ball up the middle. He's improving with his range going to his left.
Not to say that any team can just absorb $130 million and you're not sure what kind of player you're going to get back with Ryan Braun, but it's a small market club. They put a lot of eggs in that basket of Ryan Braun. It's the kind of thing that sets you back potentially for years. You're paying him, that money's going to one player, and the investment is not what you expected coming back potentially. Who knows what kind of player he's going to be?
Yeah. Best friend, who, our alleged best friend for many years, who's now suing him.
Lifted into right, and a base hit cut off by Beltran. One swing of the bat, the Brewers are right back in this game.
said, but his best friend says he's been juicing since he was in college. So what is he going to play like as a clean player? Davis gets pitch away from him, down and away, and pretty good rip at it.
Well, here's a guy that could drive one out of the park very easily.
He's due.
Yep, he's got 18 home runs. Majority of those have come in the last couple of months. And that pitch is taken low.
The homestand, he's 1 for 19. The strikeouts were piling up. He had 8 in a row and came in, what, 13 out of his last 17 at bats. Have been swinging misses.
Up the middle and a base hit. It's now 7-4. I know Mike Matheny would love to squeeze 5 innings from Westbrook, but you've got the tying run coming to the plate here. And he got the first 2, and now 3 consecutive hits. A lefty is throwing in the pen, so you get the feeling out one way or another this is his final hitter. He's got to get this done.
And they're going to have Derek Lilliquist come out and talk to him after 3 straight base hits.
You've got a lefty on deck. I mean, there's one reason why that lefty is thrown in the pen at this point in the game, and that would be to face Schaefer, you would assume.
And it might be just kind of say, okay, you got one shot. You got to retire this batter and get out of this inning, or we're going to have to go to the bullpen. Segras. And it's not like you get him up if you weren't going to not bring him in. Mike Matheny and Derek Lilliquist have stuck with their starters a lot longer than we've been accustomed to. So Jake Westbrook is going to be allowed to get this opportunity to get out of this inning, but it won't go probably too much further.
Runners at first and second. Sean Halton at the plate. A base hit into right field. It's now 7-5. We've got a ball game.
Unfortunately, we have a ball game.
4 consecutive hits. Halton has been hit by a pitch. That single and RBI. His 6th.
No indication right now that Mike Matheny is going to go get him, but now he will come get him with Schaefer being announced. Jake can't get through 5 innings, but the most important thing is Cardinal victories right now. Well, after 4 consecutive hits, 2 runs already in this inning, 7-5. Segras will come in here and try and clean up the 5th inning. 7-5 St. Louis.
Hot dog, nachos, peanuts, pretzel, and it's nachos. The AT&T Twitter poll. Cardinals at one point at a 7-run lead. Westbrook can't get through 5, so the Cardinals go to the Chevy, call to the pen. And Segrist is coming in. They're not messing around bringing Segrist in this early, and it'd be just Logan and probably some more. You're talking about the potential of Segrist getting more than just 1 out. Frustrating afternoon again for Jake Westbrook.
At this stage of the game, obviously you want to get your starters wins, but the win for the team is most important, and Mike Matheny couldn't go any longer with Jake. Segrist 1-1 on the season. He's got the ERA of 0.71. Opponents are only hitting .098.
That's pulled foul.
41st round selection for Segrist. Palm Beach Community College. In school is Tony Cruz went to.
Now this is a situation. Do you think about him being more of a late inning guy, but you know Mike Matheny cannot fool around anymore. Bringing one of his top weapons in right now here in the 5th inning. That just missed. It's 2 balls, 1 strike. Segrist facing Schaefer, who singled back in the 2nd inning, also grounded out in the 4th. And Westbrook, it looked like he was going to get through this inning, but 4 consecutive hits.
They used Tyler Lyons for 2 innings last night, so he would be the most logical guy to come in now and probably off limits for today.
A 2-1 pitch.
Segrist, you would think that clean up this inning and then go back out there. Lefty righty doesn't mean that much for this power arm.
Next scheduled start, by the way, for Westbrook would be Monday against Cincinnati. You have to wonder about that. 3-1 pitch. Fastball in there for a strike.
Good pitcher's pitch right there as they're working down and away.
The runners go, and that's foul back.
Young pitchers try to avoid that situation where you have the 2 outs and a full count, so runners can be off on the pitch. Of course, the best advice for young pitchers is never get a 3-ball count.
Time is called. Cardinals jumped out to a 7-run lead. It's now 7-5. 2 runners on. Go ahead run at the plate. The 3-2. He walked him, bases loaded. Ron Renicky goes to his bench with the bases loaded. It is a short bench. Carlos Gomez is injured knee, a factor in this series. You have Martin Maldonado. Aoki is on that bench. And it's Jeff Bianchi will be the pinch hitter with the bases loaded.
I don't think it's a wise decision to think that Gomez is not available. I watched him run the bases today, and he looked like he was moving pretty well.
Bases loaded, 2 down. The base hit could tie this game up. That is hard to imagine from where we were earlier in this game.
7-0 lead after 2 for the Cardinals, and now it's 7-5.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Bianchi. Blew it right by him. 0-2.
As tough as Seagrass is on the left-handed batters, he may be even more efficient against the right-handers.
The 0-2 misses in.
National League hitters only have 8 hits in 25 1/3 innings against Seagrass.
One-two pitch. 2-2.
Has walked 14, but he struck out 34 in those 25+ innings.
And here comes a crowd. And he got him. Gets out of the jam, and the Cardinals stay on top, but we've got a game. It's 7-5, and the top of the lineup is due up. Against Milwaukee in this ballpark this year, we've seen some monster home runs. How about earlier today? This one from Carlos Beltran. Is that the longest of the year? Well, we flash back. How about Matt Holliday? This is in early May. And it was actually Holliday's that went just a little bit longer. It's Holliday, May 3rd. His baseball on top. Beltran today. Any way you want to look at it. Some smashes. Top of the lineup here for St. Louis. The Cardinals have Carpenter and Beltran and Holliday against John Axford. Our Chevy called to the pen. The second appearance for Axford in this series. The Cardinals, by the way, 31-1 this year when scoring 7 or more runs. So let's see if that trend continues. It's up though now to the bullpen.
You score 5 runs, you should almost guarantee a victory. That's what the Cardinals are just averaging, just under 5 runs per game, the most in the league. Got the best offense. And average runs scored, RBIs, all kinds of doubles. But lately, pitchers aren't holding their end of the bargain.
Pitch softly to short. Segura makes the play. Three legendary managers share their stories with fans Friday. And Fox Sports Midwest will present Bobby Cox, Tommy Lasorda, Whitey Herzog, legends of the dugout lunch at the MAC. That's the Missouri Athletic Club, one of the fine facilities, not just in the state of Missouri, but throughout the Midwest. St. Louis Sports Hall of Fame.com for your tickets. Beltran with a home run and a bloop single. And he hits this one out to right center field. It's at the track near the wall and caught. There's 2 outs right now, I'm sure, in the back of many fans' minds. Well, there's unfinished business here, and you do have 4 games coming up with Milwaukee. Hard not to think about what you may have to do with your rotation. Finish up here with Milwaukee, 4 with Atlanta, and then you say hello to Cincinnati in that all-important series. Tyler Lyons is now in your bullpen. You've got Michael Wacha, you've got Jake Westbrook, you've got Carlos Martinez. Maybe potential options in what you may do on Monday.
It seems like the Cardinals are going to keep the internal options if they need to make a move. But the rotation has kind of sprung a leak. Westbrook is winless in his last 5 outings. Can't get the win here today. Wainwright won for the first time in 5 outings. Joe Kelly's been the best pitcher since June the 1st. Lance Lynn has had his problems. They're all capable of being the staff that led the major leagues in the first 4 months, but of late.
Segura makes the play on Holiday. And Matt is 0 for 4 today. For St. Louis, 4 with Atlanta, and then it's back in the Central Division with Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and at Cincinnati. By the way, Carlos Martinez made a start a couple of nights ago and was so-so with the 4 innings, 5 runs, 5 earned, walked 3 and struck out 6. So if those options are internal options, he's one of them. Westbrook, Lyons, Wacha.
And now we're going to need to close out this ball game, and this one is up for grabs.
Scooter Gennett against Segrist, and a fastball swung on and missed for strike one. Gennett has struck out, grounded out, and lined out. Is Segrist in to face one hitter? We shall see. Lefty-lefty matchup here. And then you have the righties coming up, and it looks like Maine is throwing in the pen.
He's been out there for quite a while in that bullpen, giving you the indication that he would come in. Wouldn't mind seeing him come in if a guy gets on base, but if they don't, leave Segrist out there.
And a fastball and a strikeout. Gennett strikes out for the second time in this game. Second K for Kevin Segrist and Gene Segura. Over 3, reached on an error back in the third, came around to score on the 3-run homer by Aramis Ramirez. And a strike on Segura, with David Freese charging down at third. There's a line shot into right center field, and watch him run. One hops off the wall, but Robinson plays it perfectly, and Segura in with a stand-up double.
Shane got over there into right center very quickly and took the ball off the wall and got it back in. So
one out double for Gene Segura. And Mike Matheny will go to his bullpen here. Segura on base for the second time, and Lucroy is swinging a hot bat. A chance to tie it up with one swing of the bat.
And I like the idea that he left Segrist out there, but when you get a guy on, then you got to go to your right-hander in the pen.
Presented by Coke Zero on Friday. Don't forget about the cap giveaway Saturday for the kids, the Build-A-Bear Workshop. All that coming up this weekend. Cardinals.com/promotions to get your tickets. It's Seth Maness in our Chevy call to the pen. The ERA just over 2. And we know he's a double play machine, but now he's got a runner at second base, 1 out. And the hitter is Jonathan Lucroy with Ramirez to follow. Arguably, they're 2 dangerous hitters, most dangerous hitters in this spot. And a line drive. And a fly ball into right. Catch is made, and Segura back to the bag at second base. And just like that, 2 away.
Seth will come in and throw strikes. Matters of batting .290 against him, but leads the National League relievers in inducing double plays. He has 14.
Right now you wonder for Mike Matheny in that bullpen. Is Waka available? He pitched 2 nights ago, but they're trying to make sure that they are very careful and cautious with him. You've got Lyons, who pitched last night, a starter by trade this year. You don't know about his availability. You've already used Segrist, and now it's Manus, and you know about Rosenthal Mojica.
Rosenthal hasn't been the same pitcher he was earlier in the year.
One and 2. I'll take him.
Take him too. But I was going to say, you really throw out all the numbers and just kind of start compiling them from right now. Still haven't quite got into this pennant race where the pressure is on. That'll be a different story. And again, it doesn't matter if you're a rookie or a veteran. You don't know how some guys are going to react either way.
2-2 the count with 2 outs and a runner at second base. And there it is, your ground ball. Carpenter is there. Ramirez jogging down the line, and he's thrown out. Face Alan Craig, Yadier Molina, and David Freese for St. Louis. Cardinals clinging to a 2-run lead. They lead it 7-5. And our attendance today, 37,028, 37028. What has been a warm, muggy afternoon here in Milwaukee. Alan Craig leads it off, and Craig, a home run today, solo shot back in the second, a 2-out RBI double, and that was back in the first. RBI total now up to 90 for the year. He's also lined out to center. He seems to be locked in. Big gap in left center for Craig. That's out of play. Axford, the former closer, now working in middle relief. Hard thrower. The big question with him has been secondary pitches. And he and Henderson both hail from Canada. Axford 2010 had 24 saves. 2011 he had 46. And there it is there. He struggles with that secondary pitch. He had 35 saves a year ago. Originally drafted in the 7th round out of high school by Seattle in 2001, but he pitched at Notre Dame. Went to the College World Series as a sophomore.
He's released from the Yankees in December of 2007. John worked as a cell phone salesman at Walmart and Best Buy. Also worked as a bartender.
Another one of those guys that's come back with success from Tommy John surgery. Had that in 2004. And I don't think Craig realized that was ball 4. And it's a leadoff walk. So on base for the 3rd time. Here's Molina, 0 for 3. First walk issued by Axford. We've seen Gorzolani. He lasted 3 2/3. Then Donovan Hand. And now Axford. The first pitch is tapped foul.
Cardinals haven't scored since the 2nd inning when they got their 6 runs.
A hanging breaking ball, but a ground ball. Out. Yes at second and out at first. Nifty footwork there by Scooter Gennett. Throw that was wide. And with Yadi nursing that sore knee, not getting down the line very well, they turn the double play.
There's the wide throw, but he stays on the bag. No crow hop to get his feet back under control. Allen tries to go after the pivot man, but
second double play turned by Milwaukee today. David Freese, pair of hits. Should have had a third if not for Mr. Hand. That's hit out of play. Yeah, you wonder if this time away for David Freese, not playing every day, is going to be helpful down the stretch. Remember, under Tony La Russa for a couple years, they felt that he got run down, especially at the end of the season. Not playing every day now. Recently just missed 3 of 4 games. That's hit out of play. 0-2.
such a long season, all kinds of things can happen, so you always stay ready. And he's handled it in a very professional manner. And there's no doubt that Colton Wong the last couple days have been added a spark to the Cardinal offense.
1-2 the count. Big gap in left center. Freese stays alive.
Right down the left field line also.
I would say, though, that's where you have to play David Freese.
Correct. Sometimes today they fence a guy one way and they pitch him the opposite.
Off-speed pitch, and he pulls it to third, slams his bat, and Ramirez makes the play. Time to stretch here in Milwaukee. Cardinals on top, 7-5. AT&T Universe Rewind, and let's get you caught up. Westbrook was 1 out away from giving the Cardinals 5 innings. Instead, 4 2/3, 9 hits, 5 runs. 4 of those were earned. 3 2/3 for Gorzolani. Big day for Beltran. 2 for 4. Included in that a 2-run homer. Seth Maness got the final 2 outs last inning and floats a strike into Chris Davis. Cardinals have 11 hits, and yet they only have 2 hits in the last 4 innings. 11 total, 2 in the last 4. Good work by Axford. Maness came in with a runner at second base. Only 1 out in the bottom of the 6th, and got Lucroy and Ramirez. 0-2 here on Davis, with Francisco and Halton to follow.
Seth was last year's minor league pitcher of the year and did a great job as part of the Springfield ball club that won the Texas League Championship.
And a leadoff base hit. 1-2 pitch, and Davis has his 3rd hit of the afternoon.
The Brewers have caught the Cardinals in hits now. Both sides have 11. And his off-speed pitch, he reaches out there and just gets a piece of it and pulls it through the left side.
Francisco with an RBI single back in the 5th. Also grounded into a double play, 1-6-3, and is lined out. Cardinals have turned 1 double play. The Brewers have turned 2.
Randy Schote warming up in the Cardinal pen. Right-hander warming up for Milwaukee.
1-0 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike. Maness not a hard thrower, but very good sinker. Tremendous movement. Hitters just pound the baseball more times than not into the ground. The high ground ball ratio, and with that comes a lot of double plays.
Quick worker.
There's a ground ball, but the only play is for Cosma to go to first. Maness may have gotten a piece of that to slow it down, and in doing so, the runner advances to second. That's Davis. 1 away, and it brings in Sean Halton.
Need a double play ball, gets the ground ball and off the mound, and nice play by Cosma, fielding that on the first base side of second.
Well, if you have the lefty up, is he up for Schaefer, who's on deck, or is he up for Scooter Gennett?
Depends on what Halton does.
RBI single, hit by a pitch and flied out to right. Good pitch, pulled the string, and it's 2 strikes.
I like the pedigree with Maness. He signed out of the 11th selection, 11th round of the 2011 draft. And then, you know, he's won championships in both of his professional seasons. Quad Cities in 2011, Springfield 2012, and now he's playing for a contending team here at the big league level. So he expects to win.
Little bloop and just foul.
Foul by how far?
Hit by pitch, fly to right field, single to right center. 1 for 2 with an RBI. Brewers picked up 3 in the third, 2 in the fifth. They trail 7-5, 11 hits aside. And there's a swing and a miss. And the strikeout, the first of the afternoon for Seth Maness. And there's 2 down.
Wants to go out and talk with Seth.
We talked about the situation with what you have here with first base open. You've got Rosenthal getting loose. Choate should be ready by now. And it's Schaefer here, then Axford's spot. Aoki is moved to the on deck circle. And that's ball 1. Schaefer has singled and walked and also grounded out to second. One ball, 1 strike. Outfield is straight away. 1-1 pitch. Runner at second is Davis. That's hit out of play. He evens it up at 2-2. Count runs full. We'll see what pitch he wants to go with here. The tying run at the plate. Schaefer does have 2 home runs this year. Ooh, he just missed on the inside corner. And that may be all for Seth Maness with Aoki due up as a pinch hitter, and we'll see a double switch. Matheny was on his way out, and now back to the dugout.
They haven't announced Aoki, right?
Correct. Now they have.
And now he comes out.
That would be now his second official trip. Randy Choate coming in, so that'll be it for Seth Maness.
Scalzo.
And the lefty-lefty matchup when we come back. Friday with the canvas print, the hat on Saturday, the Build-A-Bear on Sunday. Still seats available. The Atlanta Braves potential playoff preview this weekend. All begins tomorrow night. The giveaways Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 11 hits aside, 7-5 in favor of St. Louis. Interesting here, Aoki announced, and instead of the lefty coming in, it's Trevor Rosenthal to face Aoki with runners at first and second. His 57th appearance, and our Chevy called to the pen. Descalso, part of the double switch, takes over at third.
Not only is Aoki, but then the on-deck hitter is also left-handed. So Schultz sits down, and the rest of this inning, and apparently the 8th inning, is going to be Rosenthal.
So he'll pinch hit. He's one of the toughest to strike out against one of the best in that strikeout department. And Trevor Rosenthal, runners at first and second, 2 down, 2-run lead. And the first pitch, take it for a ball. Well, Trevor's had his issues here recently, most notably on Sunday, trying to get the final 2 outs against the Cubs. Nearly 30 pitches. Changeup, that's taken low and away, and it's been an issue a little bit with his control.
It has, and it's appearing for the 57th time.
Two-0 pitch. At times I think we've seen him rush a little bit towards the plate. It's been explained to me as one of the issues that he's had as he goes to 3-0. Three and 1. That pitch at 98.
I've seen these big league hitters when they can subtract pitches and just look for one pitch. Doesn't matter how hard you throw, they can zero in on it pretty well.
And a fly ball. This should do it. Beltran calls for it. He has it. Milwaukee strands 2. Good work by Trevor. Our studio and a Bomberito Sports Update with Pat Perez. We'll see him tomorrow. Scary moment there with Right fielder Hayward. Burke Badenhop are Chevy called to the pen. And Badenhop appearing for the second time in this series, 55 appearances overall.
A lot of appearances out of that bullpen for Milwaukee. James had a nice day. Three for three, also stole the base, scored a run.
So here we are in the top of the 8th, 7-4. And Robinson on the first pitch hits it sharply to second, one away. Cosma, a pair of walks, and he's also hit into a double play. Rosenthal threw 5 pitches to Aoki and got out of the jam. Nobody throwing in the Cardinals bullpen, so the 8th, the bottom half, will be his. Badenhop known for a very good changeup, long, wiry towards the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Slowly hit to the right side off the bat of Cosma. 2 away.
Badenhop graduated with honors from Bowling Green State University with a degree in economics.
Here's Descalso, his first plate appearance. Part of the double switch as he took over at third.
Daniel 0 for 3 off of Badenhop.
Big gap in right center field. Here's an 0-1. One ball, 1 strike with 2 outs, nobody on. 11 hits aside. Both teams have committed an error. If you're just joining us, the Cardinals jump out to a 7-run lead after 2 innings of play. The Brewers picked up 3. Aramis Ramirez a home run back in the 3rd. 2 more in the 5th. And that's where we play right now. 7-5 with that score. Here with 2 outs. The top half of the 8th. And a swing and a miss. Strikeout of Descalso. Badenhop a 1-2-3 inning. West is brought to you by Bud Light. The sure sign of a good time. Here we go. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. A story that has developed in this game. Both bullpens. The Brewers bullpen today, 4 1/3, and only 1 hit allowed, no runs. Westbrook was 1 out away from getting through 5, and the wheels came off. 4 2/3 for him. And Trevor Rosenthal in his 2nd inning of work faced Aoki to end last inning. And he's got Segura, Lucroy, and Ramirez, and a base hit into right center field. Third time that Segura has been aboard. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. So here is Segura. Jeanette on base for the first time. And you've got some things that you can do with this combination here now. Here's an 0-1 pitch. The Pirates have activated Felix PA. Yes, that Felix PA. Still playing and now back in the majors with Pittsburgh.
You mentioned Rosenthal's inning all the way.
Good pitch. 1-2. Rosenthal, opponents hitting just .238 against him. The 85 strikeouts, 58 innings of work. And he would love a double play here or a strikeout.
Change up last pitch.
And he got him. Got him to chase, and that pitch at 99. Here's Lucroy.
Two for 4, and 2 times he was out. He hit line drives, 1 to short, 1 to right.
1 out. Runner at first. Lucroy is grounded into 12 double plays this year, 1 shy of their team leader, which is Weeks and Segura. Two balls and no strikes. And one thing about Trevor Rosenthal, we know about the great fastball, but also the changeup.
Throw that changeup about 89, and then he comes back with a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
And the difference in the speeds, well, he'll throw that changeup around 88 to 89. The fastball, which we've seen a number of times in the high 90s. Here's a 2-0 instead of check on the runner at first.
Ball behind the count here to Lucroy. You mentioned it. He came in last half innings. Times getting in trouble pitching behind in the count.
The 2-0 pitch from Trevor Rosenthal. Out of play, 2-1. Lucroy in the series just before St. Louis got here had a walk-off home run against Aroldis Chapman. Caught up with his fastball.
Dan, you're getting to the point now where it used to be a novelty having these guys triple digits coming out of the bullpen, but it seems like every pen you have has one or two guys that can throw that hard, so it's not such a big deal anymore.
And a strike. Saw one of the longest home runs hit in the ballpark this year off the bat of Carlos Beltran. Still have not heard the measured distance of that home run. It's off the scoreboard in left center. Cardinals jumped out to that 7-run lead, and they're trying to hold on. 7-5. They've been out hit 12-11.
Full count.
With a guy that grounds into a lot of double plays, you wonder if they'll start the runner here. The only problem is you could run yourself into a double play with the potential home run man on deck.
I think you can really do it with Yadi's great throwing arm and a strikeout pitcher.
Not running, and the pitch is hit into left. Got underneath it. Holiday makes the catch. And with that, there's 2 outs. You know, when you watch Rosenthal, and clearly he does not look comfortable, you have to wonder if there might be just, you know, this late in the season, all the appearances, something lingering with him. It's going deep into a lot of counts right now, and normally when you see Trevor Rosenthal, he goes right at the hitter. A lot of strikes, not many walks, and first half of the season not going deep into many counts.
Still got a tremendous arm, and he still has plenty left in the tank. They're definitely discussing this, and as you said, we've seen Ramirez do an awful lot of damage against Cardinal pitchers over the years. This is a game we started out saying Cardinals have to win. They have to win this series. We wanted to see a better performance from Westbrook, but if the team wins this game, one of his starts, so be it.
By the way, we're now told, thanks to our buddy Jim Hayes, 442 feet, the distance of that home run off the bat of Carlos Beltran.
And you know, Jim Hayes would tell you only the truth.
Pitch, it's taken high. 2 balls and no strikes. Now, the one thing you notice, though, with Rosenthal is the velocity is still clearly there. He's been hitting consistently 98, 99.
Hika throwing in the Cardinal bullpen. Umpire signifying that Yadi's the one that called time on the 2-0 pitch.
Trying to tie it up.
Goes to buy him in 98.
Two balls and 1 strike. This is power against power in this matchup here. Tying run at the plate. You've got a man on deck that's swinging one of the hottest bats in their lineup. 3 more hits today. Came in hitting .340 since July 23rd, and that's Davis. Ramirez, a 3-run shot, a walk, an infield hit in this ball game today, and a chance to do some damage in this hitter's count. 3 balls and 1 strike. And he walked him. So the tying runs are aboard.
Mike Matheny's going to bring in his closer for a 4-out save.
And looks to be another double switch.
Colton Wong going out. So he will go to second base. Carpenter will move over to third, and Mojica will come in.
Team. 53rd appearance for Edward Mojica. Comes in with 2 runners on. 32 of 34 save opportunities. The ERA of 1.65. Chevy called to the pen. Colton Wong at second base, part of the double switch. And here is Chris Davis swinging arguably the hottest bat in their lineup. So Mike Matheny taking no chances. He goes to his closer.
Davis 3 for 4 today. Makes him 11 for his past 23 with 2 home runs on the homestand.
And did he hit him? He did. Bases loaded. So the tying run at second base in scoring position. Barely hit Davis. And now you have Juan Francisco. Francisco does have an RBI single. That was in the 5th. Pair of ground outs. One of those was turned into a double play. He's also lined out. This could be your ball game right here. Bases loaded. And St. Louis with a lead of 7-5. Mojica called upon to get 4 outs. Ground ball pulled foul.
Cisco, who's been just striking out in alarming fashion. Had yesterday off after he had back-to-back 4 strikeout games. Came into today's action with 13 strikeouts in his last 17 at-bats.
The 0-1 pitch. Make it 0-2. Francisco with the bases loaded this year. 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. Can he put him away here? The 0-2. Got him! Mojica strikes out Francisco. And Milwaukee strands the bases loaded. It stays a 2-run St. Louis lead.
in Miller Park coming up after the game on the post-game edition of Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live. Pat Paris and Jim Edmonds are back in the studio. The Cardinals do some early damage in this one. They'll re-rack the highlights. We'll have a full breakdown on Jake Westbrook's afternoon, plus the importance of the young arms in the bullpen. They'll have that as well. Matt Carpenter set to lead things off for the Cardinals. We send it back to the booth and Dan and Al, guys.
All right, thank you, Jim. And here is a look at that lefty, Mike Gonzalez. At one point, he was a hard thrower, had nasty stuff. The Chevy called to the pen, and he has been used an awful lot. 63 appearances, including this one for Mike Gonzalez with a high ERA over 4 now, 52 strikeouts. But a lot of walks, and that's something that in his career in the past had not been all that much of a concern. Cardinals have the top of the lineup here. And Carpenter, Beltran, and Holiday. Corners are in for Carpenter, and the first pitch is taken for his strike. Underway here in the 9th inning.
In one of the series, they were reluctant to go to Gonzalez because of his inconsistencies.
1 ball and 1 strike. 1 point, Mike Gonzalez in his career was a closer.
And a good one.
Off speed pitch, hit out of play. Mike Gonzalez spent majority of his career in the National League. Number of seasons with Pittsburgh. Most saves he ever had was 24 in 2006 with the Pirates. A couple of years with Atlanta, 2 with Baltimore, split a little time there with Texas. Last season with Washington, and now with Milwaukee as Carpenter strikes out. Let's turn to our Nissan drives of the game. And it was a drive high atop the scoreboard in left center. Then an opposite field shot and a happy fan. Our Nissan drives of the game, Beltran and Craig. That happened back in the 2nd inning. Here's Carlos with 1 out, nobody on, and strike 1. Never know where good pitchers and players are going to come from. Mike Gonzalez back in 1997 was a 30th round pick of Pittsburgh. The same year traded from Pittsburgh to Boston, and then Pittsburgh acquired him right back.
Last year with Washington, he appeared in 1 game during the NLDS, and Beltran hit a solo home run against him game 2.
We talked about now really relying on his secondary pitches. The fastball used to be mid to high 90s. Now has developed a better changeup. And a 2-2 pitch with 1 out, nobody on. And Holiday is the final hope for the Cardinals here in the top of the 9th. 2 outs, nobody on after the strikeout of Carlos Beltran.
Sell left-handed hitters to a 179 average. Opponents overall are batting 237. That was last year with Washington.
Holiday didn't like that call. 2 outs, nobody on. Matt today struck out a couple of times and twice has grounded out to short. Right over the dugout of Milwaukee, and a fan brought its glove and
Little guy
makes a good play.
There he is. A little embarrassed, didn't know what to do after he made the catch.
One and 2 the count. Looking ahead, the Brewers have the bottom of the lineup due up. Halton, Schaefer, and Betancourt. 7, 8, and 9 in the lineup.
Sometimes that works to your advantage, and other times it doesn't. Because if they could be the table setters, and then if they get on base, then you got to go through the heart of their order. But when Mojica and his changeup, you feel good about it.
This is lifted out to deep left field. Stay fair. It will. Home run for Holiday. And some insurance for St. Louis. On a 2-2 pitch, Matt Holiday cranks out his 16th home run. And it's back up to a 3-run St. Louis lead. It's 8-5.
And 3 home runs in this game for the Cardinals. They now have 101 home runs on the season with the 3 here today. 2-run shot by Beltran, the solo shot there by Holiday, and a solo shot by Alan Craig. Breaking ball, and he jumps on it, and it just stays fair. That is a big insurance run, isn't it?
Sure is. Now it's Craig, and he looks at a strike. It's our player of the game, presented by Budweiser, Alan Craig. That's fouled back. One and two the count with 2 outs.
Full count.
And it's waved at and struck out. As Craig is the final out here at the top of the ninth. Mojica looking for 3 more outs and another save. Cardinals a 3-run lead. St. Louis at 1 point, 7-run lead. It's now 8-5. 12 hits aside. And St. Louis trying to hold on.
Starting out talking about they had to win this ball game, and now that your team has given you 7 runs, you added 1 more. Long time in between those, the 7th and 8th run. You have to win this game. Be a fun and tough homestand. Atlanta in for 4, and then Cincinnati comes in for 3.
This is Sean Halton. 1 for 3 with an RBI. Been hit by a pitch, fly to right, singled to right center, and struck out swinging back in the 7th. Cardinals have been trying to go to Mexican an awful lot here in the last couple of weeks of August to get more than just the 3 outs and the save, many times extending him to a 2nd inning of work. The changeup drops in for a strike, 2-1.
Michael Wacha thrown in the bullpen. See those, and what, 3 times in a row he had to go to multiple innings.
That's strike 2.
Wacha and Schote thrown in the bullpen.
And a ground ball that's hit to short. Cosma, 1 away.
Pick up 33rd save, and
well,
now
something's wrong here. Is Mike Matheny coming out along with the head trainer of the St. Louis Cardinals, and we'll see if they're checking on Mojica. It looks like they are.
There's a reason why they got the 2 guys up in the bullpen, so Mojica might have said something when he was in there. Remember going into the Chicago series, he told Mike Matheny that he needed a couple days off, thought it would help out. Kind of awkward the way he threw the pitch, and see him kind of jump off the leg. Says he's okay. He's pretty good about spotting little things. Anything that he sees that's out of whack. Yeah, he's not really finishing his pitches.
Well, his fastball, when it's right, is 92 to 93. And his highest pitch so far in this game has been 89.
You see how he throws the pitch, and then he just kind of gets off the. Just doesn't have anything that really finishes off. Standing kind of straight up.
The pitch was up, and a high fly ball into deep right. And that ball is gone. Logan Schaefer. See that, you also wonder about it too. The rare home run allowed by Mojica. How big does that Holiday home run look now? It's 8-6.
I mean, he did fall through a little bit more, or put more effort into it, and Schaefer hits his 3rd home run.
Fastball at 92. Yuniesky Betancourt gets him to reach. It's popped up. Craig is over and out of room. 0-2 the count. Betancourt. First plate appearance this season. On base percentage of .229 and overall hitting .205. And a liner into right center field. This ball will get down. Ground rule double on an 0-2 pitch. Won't be easy today.
He has allowed 6 home runs with the one today. Remember Joe Torre, when he had Lee Smith, say, I bring in the big guy and then I stop managing. And up and away, just shoots that way. Sometimes the manager has to bring in the big guy, and you have to manage and determine whether he has it or doesn't have it. But a little concerning with potential of an injury. Something's not right.
Scooter Gennett, runner at second base. He represents the tying run. First pitch popped up. Colton Wong, the outfield grass, and he makes the catch. 2 outs. And Segura, the final hope for Milwaukee, down by 2. Mejica's had such a sensational year. Thrust into the closer's role. Cardinals asking him to get the final 4 outs in this ball game today. And the Cardinals would have a pretty good road trip, having won 4 of 6, but still 1 out away.
See, now at least he's finishing his pitches.
Here's an 0-1. Brewers down to their final strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second. The tying run is at the plate. Brewers about hit the Cardinals 14-12. St. Louis trying to hold on here. 2 outs, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. It out of play. Watching Mejica even just walk back to the mound. I wonder if it's a leg issue too.
I thought it was a leg issue that wasn't allowing him to.
Very stiff.
You know, at least, you know, before he was kind of standing straight up like he didn't want to put weight on the leg. He has. It's a little better now.
The 1-2 ground ball. Cosmo scoops it up, and the Cardinals have a win. They hold on. They take 2 of 3. Hard earned, to say the least, in a long afternoon of baseball here in Milwaukee as the Cardinals win it by the final of 8-6.
They had to win this series. They had to win this game to win the series, and now they could go home and concentrate on the Atlanta Braves. Should be a fun time in St. Louis with 2 good opponents coming up in the Braves and Cincinnati Reds.
Big day for Beltran. 3 home runs hit by St. Louis. Some happy fans here in Milwaukee. 8-6 our final.